All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a fantastic start to the AM here. Yeah, a couple things to talk about, right? So, coming back after a long weekend, we had jobs numbers come out on Friday, right? Fine. Markets reacting to that a little bit here this morning. We don't have too much economic news here today. We've got the wholesale inventories at 10. We've had a little bit of a mixed narrative, right, with some of these 10 a.m. news drops here recently. So, maybe be worth kind of keeping an eye on that. But again, right, not really a name or a piece of data that I'm super fussed on. But really this week, right, we've got a ton of Fed speak Tuesday. We've got FOMC minutes on Wednesday, right? We got PPI on Thursday. And then we've got retail sales and more Fed speak on Friday. So certainly, as a sort of like early look at the sort of menu that we're kind of experiencing here this week, right? We're definitely expecting a lot more volatility than we had over the last little bit. So hopefully that also means that we can get a lot more sort of tradable action or nice sort of volume standards like we've been missing over the last couple of days. Good morning, Jesus. Hope you're doing well. Everyone else, right? Welcome to DTR Monday. Hope you guys all had a fantastic long weekend. If you do want to use the YouTube chat or you do want to comment or ask anything, I just ask that you subscribe. Otherwise, the chat gets kind of taken over by bots. So would really appreciate if you did that. But otherwise, right, let's start mapping things out here a little bit this morning and kind of figure out what we want to do and hopefully find few kind of tradable opportunities to take advantage of this morning. So Thursday, right, low volume day, strong looking candle. And then now we're getting a little bit of a gap down. We're gapping down into an area where we've seen kind of bulls step in and defend quite a bit before, right? So they've kind of defended this 405 region pretty consistently, right? 1 point of contact, 2 points of contact, 3 points of contact, right? 4, 5, 6 points of contact, kind of give or take inside this area. So certainly feels like this is a spot where we can look forward to dip buys, especially if that volume can step in with a little bit of conviction here this AM. So we're going to call this normal body bullish, right? Plus decreasing vol, fine, right? Plus gap down. So 1 out of 3 here to the upside. So not exactly a huge sign of relative strength, but enough, right? Or we have enough evidence of bulls, high volume bulls, basically stepping in and defending this area here before. So if I'm going to be bearish, I probably need to lose that high volume defense before I'm willing to do anything. And if I'm bullish, right, I'm basically looking to see bulls basically re-step in and defend inside this box, right? We're going to change that color. But basically seeing more bulls defend inside this zone than bears defend inside this zone. So can I basically see bulls step in and give me that same narrative here again this AM, right? So we can play that green box bounce in a variety of different ways. My favorite way will be like BB reversal, right? So call it BB reversal on vol, or high vol fake out under Thursday's lows, right? Then has room higher. So I'm not super interested in like a breakout trade this morning, right? Especially not a breakout trade above that like 410. I think that's probably a little bit of a ways away. Good morning, Rusty. Good morning, Jason. Nice to see that you got power again here, Jason. Welcome back. So yeah, we have a little bit of caution ahead, right? We're going to be chasing those big breakouts. This market does seem a little bit range bound here recently. So would like to see basically a clean narrative, right? And maybe the fake out and then kind of, bounce back towards sort of that 410 area is maybe the path of least resistance here this morning. Hey, Fernando, how you doing? Man, that's crazy, Jason. Honestly, crazy. I was missing internet a few days this weekend, but nothing too nuts. To the downside, right? We talked about how we probably need to invalidate basically this high volume defense. And that's going to then become a few different little areas here, kind of a few half levels until we kind of get under that 404. So, we're kind of in the middle of that range here, right? 407 towards 404. Okay, it's only about 1% away to the downside, but maybe feels like it's a little bit challenging to think that we're going to have easy bearish price action. So I just want to see more evidence of bears stepping in before I'm willing to kind of front run that bearish trend. So we're going to say need to invalidate. Can't dispel. So that for me is sort of the starting point, right? We can then get a breakdown under this 404 area on some volume. Can't type. If I can get down under this 404 on some volume, that's where things get a little bit interesting. But I don't think this is going to be the easiest bear case for me to deal with here this morning. I think there's got too much evidence of dip buyers inside this green box. So let's see if we can basically play out that same narrative on the SPY here this AM. You guys are guests to DTR Monday. Welcome. Please, use the chat, introduce yourself, say hello. The more questions that you can ask sort of during the day, the more that I have sort of to talk about, right? Generally, if you have like any setups you want to go over, anything you guys have any questions, really the objective here is to try to make this process as transparent as possible for everyone. So the more that you can use the chat, the easier my job will be here this AM. And hopefully we can have a really strong and profitable session to start the week off well. But welcome aboard. Nice to have you guys. And hopefully we can have a ton of fun out here today. QQQ, right? We have, we'll call this normal body bearish. Sorry, normal body bullish. Decreasing vol, right? And then gap down. So this one's a little bit maybe more of a, I'd say maybe more chop session versus a super strong narrative here, right? We don't have the same maybe conviction as we had with the SPY, right? Where we're defending a high volume area. QQQ isn't giving us quite that same look. Now we can expand this out a little bit and maybe say it wants to maybe bounce off of this like kind of extended trend line, right? Find support off of this area and then look for a climb higher. But we're not necessarily finding a high volume support off of that trend area. So, middle of the range, right? Kind of in between sort of previous days highs, previous days lows. Honestly, spot on in the middle. QQQ maybe feels like it's telling me like it's consolidating or trying to figure out what it wants to do here this AM. I don't feel like I have a very easy narrative here in the short term. So I'd be looking for that narrative to step back in, right? Maybe even objectively, it looks a little bit like a bull flag here. Right? So get rid of this now. All of a sudden, maybe you have a little bit of a flagpole, right? Here's your bull flag, and it's consolidating inside a pattern on decreasing volume. So this is telling me, I think, consolidation more than anything, where I don't really have a strong indication of trending price action. And I'd like to see for that, basically strong trend to step in. Now we can invalidate bullish price action here relatively easily, right? We'd have to break down under that sort of like 313 barrier on some volume, or get ourselves a sort of like trend reversal signal, right? It's maybe like an MA cross, something along those lines. Hey, good morning, Aimnesh. But if I can get basically either need a pattern breakout or volume, or I need to invalidate this pattern if I'm going to be basically anticipating any trending price action, right? So we'll say needs a bull flag breakout. And then, right, we're going over the breakout is a breakout through the highest point of contact on this flag. So give or take through that 322 barrier. Now that's a little bit of a ways away, right? We're opening up at 315.50 here, give or take pre-market. So to think that we're going to get that follow through that 322 maybe seems a little bit ambitious. I'm not sure how much that is the move I'm sort of looking for here today. So I think that's just going to be a 322 plus. Not really that interested. To the downside, I think this is maybe where we have maybe the easier narrative, right? But I want to get a couple formal, basic confirmations of a trend reversal, right? So we're inside a consolidation. I want to get confirmation that I have trending price action. So we're going to call it like an MA cross lower, right? On one of the longer time frames. Or, right, a breakdown under this 313 on mega vol, right? Or breakdown. And I also think realistically, right, if we do get that breakdown under this like 313 barrier, that is also going to be like, we're going to get an MA cross, right? That also supports that same narrative lower. So we can be a little bit patient waiting for those signals to step in. Maybe that ends up being a little bit of a point of confluence where we can break down. What I do like inside this area here though, right, is we have maybe a little bit more evidence of this being a spot where we've seen basically rejections before, right? So Thursday's price action was kind of a little bit of an outlier inside this zone. So maybe that creates a little bit of like enthusiasm here to the downside. Now, under this 313 barrier, we've got space towards that 310, and I'm just not going to be very aggressive mapping this thing down. So dollar along the way towards that area makes a lot of sense in sort of my eyes. And then we've got space maybe towards like that 305, and I'm just going to fill out that same kind of pattern here, right? Dollar along the way down towards sort of that 305 barrier, and then that feels like it's a lot of space, right? $10 from sort of our current price level. That's a pretty big move if it happens intraday. Okay, Apple inside bar, right? So formal consolidation on decreasing volume, and then we're getting a little bit of a gap down. Maybe this is that same narrative like on the SPY, where we can look for possibly like an inside bar fake out lower and then kind of like that dip buy. Apple's been showing relative momentum here, or relative strength over the last couple of days, right? And compared to QQQ, right, the index, it didn't make a lower low. So showing me, yeah, relative strength, right, compared to sort of the index level. That for me is at least a relatively positive sign, right? Same thing like we talked about in that QQQ, where there's maybe a little bit of a bull flag, right, kind of forming. Well, Apple seems to have broken out of its bull flag already, and we're basically looking for a retest and go within that sort of context, right? So on this inside bar, we're looking for either an inside bar breakdown, right, which is a high volume move, probably under that. We'll figure out that level in a second. But I think the best case scenario, right, is, you know, looking for that little fake out, right? On Wednesday, we saw basically weak bears, right? Very basically bull stepped in and defended, right? That sort of 162 barrier. Now, they weren't able to fully reclaim control, but we've seen them defend this area before, right? And then same thing there on Friday, right? We opened up inside these lows and we saw them defend that area before. So on this gap down, right, where we've seen this sort of defense happen multiple times, my expectation is that, hey, maybe we can get another defense here today and then really push this thing higher, right? So again, we'll call this inside bar plus decreasing volume, which is what you want to see on an inside bar, right? Because inside bar is telling you consolidation. So consolidation is best when you kind of can get told that one side is given up. It also makes the standard of volume that we're looking for really easy for us to kind of, you know, overcome. If we know that, you know, Thursday was consolidation and we're looking for a breakout trade, then we know that we need to see bigger volume than anything we saw during consolidation, right? If we're going to say we're breaking out of consolidation, we should see bigger volume than what we saw on essentially Thursday, right? So it becomes a very easy standard for us to kind of break out and clear. So decreasing volume plus gap down, right? And I'm just going to say looking for the inside bar fake out, right? So my favorite setup here this morning is basically, can I get find support inside this like 162 to 160 area, right? Something along those lines, right? Can I basically find support inside that green box and then dip by my way higher? Now, we can do that in a variety of ways, kind of same thing like we talked about on the old spider. So this might be basically a BB reversal spot, right? Or dip by, or like inside bar fake out, right? So BB reversal, or fake out lower, or man, I can't spell this morning, or basically dip by inside the green box on vol, right? And then no real breakout trade here this morning, right? I'm not super enthusiastic about trying to push this above that 167. Doesn't seem like the market's giving me that narrative, right? Maybe I can get that insurance for that breakout here, but at that point I'd be holding, you know, real baby runners. So really the expectation is, can I get that fake out lower, dip buy, and then go? Or can I get basically invalidate this potentially trending price action, invalidate this sort of, you know, bull flag breakout, and then maybe break down? So maybe not the easiest of scenarios to the downside here. I'd say probably lose that 160 level. If I can lose that psych level, that maybe gives me a little bit of an extra narrative, right, to kind of fall in love with, where I can say, okay, you know, bears lost 160, right? We lost sort of, you know, that trend line on the, you know, bull flag, right? You know, we lost a few of these points of contact, right? Maybe we lost some of those lows that we established there last week. just a little bit easier for me to fall in love with all of a sudden. Now, I'm not super enthusiastic about the bear setup here. I think this is looking a little bit stronger of a bull case than, say, something like a QQQ. So maybe a bit more like the old spider, where this has a bit more of a bullish bias than a bearish bias. But I'm willing to be flexible in either direction here. I just want to be a little bit... I'm going to have trust issues to the downside, I think, this morning until sort of proven otherwise, right? So, yeah, need increasing volume, any breakdown, fine. Not too much is changing. Those levels look okay towards that 155. I'm okay with this. Really just hoping that I can get some clean price action here and I can maybe get that fake out move and then go. Yeah, I'm going to keep pushing it, guys. If you guys are new here to DTR Monday, welcome aboard. Haven't done a free live stream here in a while. Please introduce yourself, say hello in the chat. I just ask that you subscribe to the channel because if I open up the chat to public comments, it just gets taken over by bots that are selling all sorts of suspicious type of products. So I don't really want to open you guys up to that. And I'll keep the chat clean so I can see everyone's questions. If you do have a question, right, please do not hesitate to ask. Please do not hesitate to sort of reach out. That's what this chat is here for. And so I would really value any sort of questions and comments. My objective here today is to try to be as transparent as I possibly can with my process. So as you're seeing right now, kind of going through my pre-market prep and kind of highlighting what I'm doing during the morning, right, when things are setting up. If you're unsure why I'm setting a stop loss in a certain location, or you're not sure why my entry zone is, where it is, please ask those questions, right? That's what I'm here for. Let's try to make this as educational of an experience as possible. And then if we really focus on that process, the P&L will sort of kind of fall into place. Hey, good morning, James. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. And so, yeah, guys, just have a lot of fun here today. Let's put ourselves in good situations and let's keep crushing this pre-market prep. So Tesla, right? Probably the most significant gap down that we've seen here so far, right? Where we're making new lows essentially inside this gap down. We haven't seen that in any of the peers that we've looked at here so far today. So maybe the biggest overreaction of all the names. We've also seen the biggest separation off of this sort of upper trend line, right? Back down towards these lows. Maybe we're a little bit extended or creeping back up towards sort of this sort of lower trend line. Hey, good morning, G. So let's have ourselves like a little bit of patience, right, with this Tesla, where maybe this is looking a bit more like a pure consolidation play. Now, the volume standard and candle aren't exactly telling us a very consistent narrative, and we're under that 180 psych level. So maybe there's a little bit of a narrative for us to chase to the downside, but I want to be a little bit patient as we haven't seen these gap downs. Big gap downs tend to lead to big continuation moves in a very, very long time. So again, right, we need to see that volume standard step in. And if that volume can step in, excuse me, that volume standard can step in, then there's that opportunity, right, for sort of that downside continuation. But I think as a bull case, this may be one of the more challenging names to trade, is I don't have a clean area of maybe support to kind of latch onto, right? So we're going to call this second most bullish plus decreasing vol plus gap down, right? So 1 out of 3 here to the upside. Right, and it's only upside because the candle's green, right? So that's really the standard here. And then it just looks like it's stuck in the middle of its wedge pattern, right? So then if I'm bullish, I'm looking for, like, yeah, I mean, if I could play a BB reversal, I'm absolutely interested in that idea, but I would need to see really impressive volume if I'm going to be willing to do that. So, okay, right, 1 for 3, I can do that. To the downside, what is this, 179.50. Almost that 179 looked like it could be a tradable level. Gives us space towards like 177, 176. So there could be some room down towards sort of that lower trend line. Oh, whoops. All right, so 179. We break down through that level on some volume. that could be really interesting, but I would need to see bigger volume, way bigger volume than anything I saw there yesterday. So again, similar to maybe what we talked about a little bit, I think it was on QQQ. We're going to want to see either like a formal indication of trend reversal, right? So like an MA cross on a longer time frame, or a breakdown on volume that basically is bigger volume than what I saw last week, right? So want to see right, and then we'll call it under 179. Right, that's the starting point. So we've already lost the psych level. Now we just want to make sure that the volume steps in and gives me that conviction, right? If I don't get that sort of easy narrative here to the downside, then I'm going to struggle to want to chase this, or struggle to say that I've got sort of intraday trending price action. And I'd rather just wait for a retest of that trend line here, right? Or a breakdown through that area. But there's enough space where I can look for at least a move down towards sort of that 170 mark. And I think if I'm stopping $1 along the way, that's plenty of space down. So looks okay, but again, right, need to see that volume step in. If that volume standard can kind of step in and really push price action, then that's where that narrative is easy for me to take advantage of, and everything else in between going to be a little bit sticky. Okay, Microsoft. I mean, this looks probably the best volume that we've seen so far, right? First name that we've looked at that actually has that increasing volume standard, and maybe coincidentally, right, or unsurprisingly, maybe is the better way of describing it, we're getting the smallest relative gap down here this AM. So this feels like the best candidate of the names that we've seen so far for a potential dip buy opportunity, right? We're being shown the most relative strength here pre-market, or at least from the names that we've looked at here so far this AM. So full body bullish, right? Plus increasing volume, right? Plus gap down. So 2 out of 3 here to the upside, right? So candle and volume both telling me that same narrative. I'm looking for price action to now sync up and tell me that same story, right? So I'm looking for a high vol dip buy, right? Maybe that's like VWAP consolidation, MA bounce, right? Or BB bounce, right? So we got a lot of ways we can look for basically setup triggers to play this sort of bounce play. And then if we don't get that move, we're looking for a breakout above 293, right? So if it just wants to rocket ship up here this morning, right, we are looking for a move above 293, and then we've got space up, okay, 294, fine. And then we have that gap fill towards like 296, 300. So I think that's a pretty reasonable path. So we'll go 294, then gap fill towards 296. Then we'll go 297, 298, 299, 300. $7 mapped out, about $11 from where we're currently at. So again, right, feels like that's plenty of space. We can maybe go up towards like that 301, 303 barrier. Those are easy to map out if we get there. Same thing like we talked about with this Apple, right? If we get that big breakout through 167, I'm just going to be holding runners at that point if I'm lucky enough to get there. So looking for basically just, can I find strength in this early move here when I'm expecting that volume to step in? And then if I do, let's see if I can get basically breakout momentum, breakout volume to basically continue the story. So best case scenario, I want to see continuation narrative here, right, to the downside, and continuation narrative, sorry, by that I mean give me increasing volume, right? Continue to act as a leading name, continue to prove to me that you're showing me relative strength, and it'll be easy for me to then kind of fall in love with that narrative, right? To the downside, I don't know if I have an easy play here. Microsoft showing me the most relative strength, right? So I probably want to see like a high vol fake out and reversal volume bigger than anything I saw there yesterday, or anything bigger than I saw on Thursday. So that's going to be the story, but I'm going to be a little bit skeptical wanting to play the fake out here, because I've got easier downside setups than this, like a QQQ, or like, yeah, I don't know. I think there's easier narratives than Microsoft to the downside. So want to see a high vol fake out. And then we can look at like BB reversal, right? But for like a breakdown trade here this morning, not really in play. Okay, AMD. Okay, we've had a little bit of a wedge breakdown on some volume, right? Thursday made a lower low, lower high. So indication of maybe some bearish momentum, but we still haven't really seen the volume step in on any breakdown here, right? So, you know, not exactly the strongest narrative. You feel like you got trending price action, but you've kind of got consistently decreasing volume. Just feels like you're setting yourself up for an area where it's easy for bulls to step in and defend before. Now we've seen, or we have maybe a little bit of evidence, right, of this $90 barrier basically being a high volume defense zone, right? So I talk about maybe volume divergence breakdowns here all the time. We almost have like a volume divergence reversal opportunity here, right? Where we're consistently making lower lows on a consistently decreasing volume profile into an area where we've seen a high volume defense before, right? So I'm just basically anticipating, can markets behave exactly the same way that they have before, or where I have evidence of them stepping in and showing me relative strength, right? So that's kind of what this AMD is doing to me. Now we have opportunities to the downside here as well because, well, we have a wedge breakdown, right? We've got an indication of maybe some trending price action, but we just don't have an indication of trending volume. So I need to see that volume step in here to the downside. And because that volume hasn't stepped in yet, it sets it up, right, for easy possible reversals if that bullish volume steps in. So I can be a little bit of a teeter-totter here and be flexible in both directions. And those are generally my favorite types of days. It gives me opportunities, right, where I don't have to just be really biased in one way, right? So we'll call this a possible wedge breakout. That's breakdown that's missing volume. Plus, we'll call that second most bullish, right? Plus decreasing vol, plus gap down. So not a very strong indication of bulls here, right? They aren't giving us a huge sign of relative strength, right? The only thing that's giving me actual relative strength is the Thursday candle shape, right? It's not exactly strong. So I'm looking for, can I get a bounce? Basically, I'm looking for a move back, you know, basically a month back, right? Can I get a bounce off of that $90 area on some volume? Can I get basically a volume divergence reversal, right? And then plus seen a defense of the 90 area before. To the downside, right, we're looking for a breakdown under 90.50 maybe. No, I'll probably call it the $90 mark. If I'm going to say we've seen that $90 get defended before, I almost need to get a breakdown under this 89 here now. Just because I've seen so much volume step in, right? So I want to invalidate that volume before I'm willing to be easily bearish, right? So I've got a lot of dip buyers inside this zone. So let's get a breakdown under 89 if I'm going to be trusting a move lower. So I think I still need to see that increasing outlier volume. We're 2% away. We're $2 away, which is not that big of a move on AMD. So very much still possible off this opening bell. But I need to see that volume. I need to be sold on that relative strength. And then if I can, okay, awesome, right? That's an exciting morning. That gives me a little bit of opportunities to kind of take advantage of some price action. But if it really isn't giving me that conviction, then I'm not going to be that guy, right? I'm not going to be forcing a move. I'm not going to be trying to rush into a trade. I'm be waiting for that perfect opportunity to then hopefully take advantage of price action lower. But this is at least giving me an indication of some trending conditions. So can I just see the volume to step in and give me that same narrative? Without that volume, it's hard to be kind of convinced, which gives us that opportunity, right? Like I said, for that volume divergence reversal. Okay, this is a little bit messy on NVIDIA. Higher high, higher low on decreasing volume. So maybe a little bit more of an indication. One sec, guys, one sec. Sorry about that. So, okay, a little bit maybe more indecisive on this NVIDIA right now. It does feel like we have a little bit of a trend line here. right? 1 point of contact, 2 points of contact, 3 points of contact, 5 points of contact, we can call it, right? So maybe a little bit like a bounce off of that trend line. Certainly seems like we've got evidence of that happening here before. I'm looking for a continuation of that narrative. So yeah, and then I feel a little bit like I have basically I've seen a lot of defense here. Hey T-Cron, how you doing? I've basically seen this area defend before, right? So I'm not going to be super optimistic to just break down under this trend line. I think that 257 barrier, like this next point of contact, is a little bit easier for me to sell off. So that feels like I'm not easily bearish here this morning. So I think this is same narrative like we talked about a lot here, right? Looking for dip buys, right? Inside like this green box, right? Dip buys off of trend line or breakout above 272. So we'll call this normal body bullish plus decreasing vol plus gap down. And then so 1 out of 3 here to the upside, right? So we're looking for high vol trend bounce. BB reversal or high vol breakout over 272. And then that's our target, right? 272 gives us a little bit of space here, right? There's like that 275 area. So we mapped out $1 along the way. We got 276, $1 along the way, and then all the way towards that 280. So again, right, we're just filling that in slow and steady, kind of methodical steps, and then hopefully we can get this thing to continue climbing higher. But the volume standard is going to be what's key here again, right? I'm not going to trust that bounce unless it's on big volume. I'm not going to trust that breakout unless it's on big volume. Opening up in the middle of a range inside borderline consolidation, right, or inside the middle of a pattern kind of tells me consolidation, especially on that decreasing volume profile. So I just want to make sure that that volume steps back in, because then I can be enthusiastic about, hey, we actually have, you know, trending conditions, or actually have that trending price action. And that's what I'm hoping for here this AM. Meta, right? Another one that's showing me relative strength here. Really good looking candle, really good looking volume profile. Probably the strongest volume profile that we've looked at. Even a little bit stronger than, say, something like this Microsoft, right? Microsoft is the other increasing volume profile. But I would say both of those look like potential leading names for us to focus on here today. Meta at the top of its possible channel. So we've seen this area reject here before, but we haven't seen it reject after this kind of volume profile. Hey, Callum, hope you had a great Easter, man. Good to see you. Yeah, and welcome. Hopefully we can have a really strong session here today. But yeah, Meta, right? I would say this looks pretty good. This is giving me a little bit of momentum. This is giving me a little bit of opportunity. So maybe there's some joy to be had here. 1 second. Sorry about that. So yeah, right. Meta needs to break out above this trend line on some volume. Now, 217.11, we'll call it 217, right? It certainly seems like a pretty reasonable spot for us to look for breakouts, right? And we're looking for, yeah, breakout above this upper trend line. Kind of reminds me a little bit of this NVIDIA, right? Where it kind of had this rising wedge and then broke out. This feels like a sort of a similar narrative, right? You could probably argue that this is a little bit of a rising wedge, kind of an ugly one. Whoops, one too many. Right, so here's kind of your, like, your upper trend line. Here's kind of like your lower trend line, right? So if this thing can now break out above that 217 on some juice, that's where we can get a little bit of enthusiasm, right? That's where we can get a little bit of joy. So let's check it out, right? We'll call this full body bullish. Plus increasing, not quite outlier, but definitely increasing volume. right? It's what you want to see on a breakout, plus gap down. Again, like Microsoft, kind of a smaller gap down, so strong 2 out of 3, right? Giving me a little bit of enthusiasm. Want to continue to see increasing volume profile, right? And then we're looking for a move above that 217 barrier. So 217. And then we got space. Okay, there's 220, 225 we can go towards. So I'm just going to fill it in dollar along the way up towards 225. Then that's going to feel like plenty of room higher. So I'll call it 218, 219, 220, 221. Right, to the downside, I'm probably going to want to lose this bottom trend line here now, right? So if we kind of have established that we have a little bit of a rising wedge, let's lose that trend line to say that I actually have a trend reversal, right? Especially because the volume standard is so impressive. If the volume was like Wednesday's volume, then it maybe would have been like a little bit of an easier narrative to maybe look for like a rejection off of this base. But I think that's a little bit risky. And as it's compressing, not going to be really in a huge rush until I lose that trend line. So want to lose the lower trend line on volume. All right, so then we're looking for a breakdown under 208. Okay, then we got 206, fine. And then I think we got space down towards 203. And then I think we can map it out towards 200. So we'll call it 202, 201. Right, sorry, and then 200, and then that feels like plenty of room down. But I'm, like I said, not super enthusiastic about the bear case here today. This feels a bit more like a leading name versus some of the other names that we've talked about. Okay, Amazon, lower low, lower high on decreasing volume. This looks a little bit gross though. This kind of reminds me a little bit of Nvidia. Then you go something like this. All right, maybe you're kind of like you're wedging out this way. So middle of yesterday's candle, I don't really have a ton of evidence of this being a spot where you've seen dip buyers before, right? So I think my bias here would be to lose that trend line and psych level. So trend line and previous day's low, give or take about the $100 area. So nice point of confidence for us to break down under. And I think that could be the sort of catalyst I'm interested in. Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 for 3 as well, right? So we're not being told relative strength. So we're going to call this second most bullish plus decreasing vol, right? Plus gap down. So 1 for 3 to the upside. So we're looking for trend reversals here potentially, right? Especially if that volume can tell me reversal volume. I'm going to say bull case, not really in play on this, right? Because I don't have any evidence of this being a spot where we've seen dip buys be rewarded. So I don't really want to be the first person to try to get that dip buy, right? That for me feels a little bit presumptuous. So breakout, okay, is above that 104 barrier. Not really for me. If I'm going to get that breakout, I've got way easier bullish setups than this. So I'm just going to say NA to the upside here. I need more evidence of bullish momentum. And then to the downside, I'm looking to lose that 90. I'm going to call it, we'll call it 99.75. All right, fine. And then we have quite a bit of space towards that 98.50, so I can be a little bit flexible here, but I need to see it on vol. So lose the psych on increasing vol standard. Yes, please, right? Again, consolidation, right? Pattern inside potential consolidation. We're saying it's possible consolidation because we've got a pattern and the volume is consistently decreasing. So no real sign of trending price action. So we want to see that trend step in, right? If it does, that's where we can have a little bit of joy. We can have a little bit of enthusiasm and then hopefully take advantage of whatever the market gives us. So generally across the board, right, we're looking for either high vol dip buys inside areas where we've seen sort of, dip buys step in and defend before, got a few kind of like inside bar fake out type setups that we're looking for continuation of, or we're looking for confirmation of trending price action. Confirmation is going to come in either a pattern breakout or a volume standard, or right an MA cross lower on one of the longer time frames. So hopefully we can have a really strong setup here this morning. I feel pretty confident that we've got some nice looks. I certainly feel like we have a little bit of volatility to step in. And yeah, I think I've got a pretty good pre-market prep inside out of the way. So let's have ourselves a really strong session. Let's put ourselves in good situations to be successful and hopefully absolutely crush it out there here this morning. If you guys are new, yeah, I like NVIDIA a little bit. I prefer AMD over NVIDIA personally. How many playing that that bounce? I think this is an easier area for like a little fake out play, but certainly seems like there's a strong enough narrative for me to take advantage of. But yeah, like I said, guys, feel really confident we can get a little bit of setups, but let's just not force any decisions. Let's not rush into any trades. And certainly we don't need to front run trending price action. We'll know pretty early on what that volume is like. And if it's giving me that enthusiasm, then I'm going to have some joy. If not, then I'm not going to force any decisions. I like Apple a lot here as well. So if I can get that nice reversal volume inside this box, gives me some joy, that gives me some enthusiasm. So I'm excited to see where the day shapes up. Like always, right, not going to place any trades opening 5 minutes, and that pre-market prep ran a little bit longer than normal. So I'm just going to go make myself actually give myself a quick cup of water. So I'll be back in a minute or two, but see if we can get those alerts to trigger, see if we can get that volume to step in, and then hopefully we get some early trending price action. If you guys are new to DTR Monday, especially if you're visiting me from Twitter, would really appreciate it if you guys could retweet my sort of tweet that plug the stream. The more people we can get in here, the better. And please do not hesitate to ask any questions. Please do not hesitate to use the chat. That's what it's here for. The more questions you can ask, hopefully the more things I can talk about, and the less I have to repeat myself here during the day. So let's have ourselves a lot of fun. Let's put ourselves in a lot of good situations, and let's absolutely crush the market here this morning. All right, so Tesla looking like it wants to push down, right? Pushing down on some decent volume here so far, right? So that's a decent standard. Ideally, though, we want to see bigger vol than last week, right? So we need to see pretty big volume. Now we're on a good pace, but I would need to see just a little bit more. Hopefully that gives us a little bit of separation, but good start so far on this Tesla, right? If we're talking about easy downside setups, this is maybe more one of them. He's a little bit scary fading Tesla. AMD finding a little bit of a fight here so far, right? We're looking for reversals inside that green box. We got a little bit of space to go here still, and we don't need to front run this too bad. We want to see basically a fake out lower, see bears fail in their attempt to reclaim control, and then, you know, bulls being able to step in and wipe out those weak bears. All right, Apple, not bad, pretty good volume standard. This looks like it could be biggest volume of the week, right? Or bigger volume than anything we saw there last week. So that's enthusiastic. I would say this is probably the closest thing to being tradable here so far this morning. Can everyone still see that? Good vol pace on Apple, not the strongest candle yet, right? We now want to see this candle, right, close like 1, 2, or 3, right? Not like 4 or 5. Right? Imagine or visualize that the body of the candle is like an arrow. And you want that, if we're bullish, right, we want that arrow pointing up. If we're bearish, we want that arrow pointing down. Okay, AMD indecisive, Nvidia indecisive, Meta fading, but not on great volume. Amazon breaking down. It's going to be increasing volume, not going to be bigger than anything we saw maybe last week. But, and we're still a little bit of ways from that 99.75 barrier, but certainly looks like a good start so far. Tesla to the downside's the best. We're close. We're going to be close to bigger volume than last week. So here's the standard. We got a break. We're above it now. Okay, so we know a couple things, right, already. We know our next profit target is going to be, and we're 177 right now. So a little bit of a ways away. Okay, immediate breakdown. So not chasing this, right? Not chasing this. Going to wait for this now on the 10-min time frame. But we have a couple pieces of evidence that we can work backwards towards, right? So I know my stop loss to invalidate this idea is going to have to be like that 181 barrier. We're at 177 here so far. So I know my next profit target's 176, right? Just that next level here. If we break down through that, we can push this down towards 175. But now I just want to see a break, close, and hold, strong candle, right? Strong volume on this 10-min time frame. And then look for a pullback that gives me a 2-to-1 risk reward towards that 176. We don't get that pullback, right? I cannot chase because I won't get a positive expectation of being profitable on that trade. We can still wait on this, right, to kind of give us a bit more information. But right now, I don't get paid for chasing these breakdowns. So that's not my entry logic at the moment, right? So I can't chase this trade. We're going to have to wait to see if I get those conditions to basically give me exactly what I'm looking for. In the meantime, right, maybe that's going to give us a few opportunities for a few other narratives to kind of sync up and show me some relative strength. Right, Amazon breaking down. I love the look of Amazon here pre-market. QQQ kind of hanging out in the middle. So these are definitely worth keeping an eye on here, right? Especially if that volume can continue to step in. Yeah, I know what you mean, Rusty. It's not my favorite name to short. The original meme stock. So watching both of these on the 10-min time frame. Okay, I mean, this is exactly why we don't chase these breakdowns right on Tesla, because it just pulls back. So we can wait, right? We can still wait for this thing to give me that perfect look. Apple may be finding a bit of support right inside that box. Not good enough yet, though, right? So not quite getting a reversal candle here, right? Need to be patient still. Nvidia indecisive. Right, AMD maybe giving us a little bit of a bounce look as well, right? So Bollinger Band opportunity here. Need to see that volume kind of keep growing, though. I'm not sure if this is big enough volume yet. Okay, Apple, big vol now on this break. Zoom out here for a sec. Amazon's going to be a good example here for a possible setup, right? So we're going to be targeting 98.50. We know our stop loss needs to be 101.05, give or take, right? And profit target's 98.50, which is about here. right? So now we know this is our tradable zone of which we're looking for opportunities. If I enter here, right, I'm trying to make $1, but I'm risking $1.30. So my risk reward ratio doesn't make any sense, right? I don't have a positive expectation of making money on this trade because my idea gets invalidated if it hits that 101.05. So I need to see a pullback into like this area, right? Where all of a sudden now I'm risking 50 cents, right, to make $2. Maybe that's a little bit aggressive. I can maybe go like 101.05, right? Or 100.05. Give me about like, risking $1 to make $2. Okay, not quite. So I need to get a little bit more like that then, right? Now I've got visual 2-to-1 risk reward ratio. Okay, 75 cents for $1.70. Sweet, right? That's a lot more sort of respectable. Now I need to see it just basically break, close, and hold under this low of day. It's gonna be close, 10 cents away. Come back to that in 5 seconds. And Tesla looking the best, maybe to the downside. Amazon didn't give me that confirmation close, right? We weren't able to break, close, and hold under that 99.75 area. So I'm going to pass on the burden of confirmation to the 15-min time frame. Right? Short term, Tesla might be the better look. Right? So, okay, we hit that 176. So we know our next profit target here needs to be 175. Awesome, right? That gives me more of a pullback that I can look to trade into. As it stands, I'm looking to make $2, but I'm risking $3. So I need to see a bigger pullback than currently. I generally don't like risking more than $1, right? So I probably need to see a pullback into like that sort of 180 area, right? Something along this lines to then get that move back down towards sort of that, 175 barrier. So I need to see a massive pullback on this Tesla. I'm not sure how realistic it actually is, but this would be my favorite. Right, it's at least bigger volume than what I saw anything last week, right? So it's satisfying more of my bearish criteria. I just need to see now that good pullback, right, to justify me being able to take this trade. Not sure if I'm going to get that. That's a really big pullback to get. My objective here, right, is to try to buy the deepest discount I can possibly find. The deeper the discount, right, the more margin for error I can buy myself, easier it is for me to be profitable. Buy, finding maybe a little bit of support. Apple maybe finding a little bit of support. I can see some of these candles go green, then those bounce plays that we were talking about all of a sudden come into play. But without, getting that right risk reward ratio, I'm not going to chase a move here just for the sake of chasing it. Right? I know there's a lot of people watching the stream and all that kind of stuff, but I can't force a play just for the sake of forcing one. Right? Microsoft, impossible to chase down here, right? Not increasing volume, so hard to say that the momentum is there. I think continue watching this Tesla until I can get that right pullback. If not, then we're going to look for other setup triggers on this 15-min confirmation candles, right? See if we can basically reset that scale there. So 2 minutes from now, we'll check again. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. AMD, interesting. Okay, Amazon back above 100, right? That's why getting that break, close, and hold under that 99.75 so important. Tesla, if it wants to hang out here on this 15, maybe not the best look, right? It's starting to look a bit more like that neutral to least bearish versus most bearish, right? That bottom wick starting to get a little bit heavy. AMD, not bad. Apple still not maybe finding the support I was anticipating. But I would say AMD now maybe looks the strongest. All right, so we had a defense of that 90 area, defense of 91. It's not quite 90, but not bad. And there's Apple giving us that 161 break. Nvidia breaking down. Meta on volume here. Interesting. $20 seconds to go on these 15-minute closes. Keep an eye here. Tesla, I probably want to see close under 177. Maybe a little bit arbitrary, but I want to see, yeah, strong candle. Good volume on the SPY 15. Good volume on the QQQ 15 to the downsides. We're getting kind of an index diversion. That doesn't feel very good. Apple didn't hold. This Apple, I feel like, is still really setting up for that BB reversal here. Right, it's kind of like a volume divergence fake out, right? Consistently lower lows on consistently decreasing volume. Feels like it could be a spot. Was it 160.80 here? Don't get slow on me now, Trading View. So I gotta wait for that confirmation though, right? I don't have indication that this is quite ready to reverse on me. I don't want to try to front run that trend, right? I want to make sure bears are exhausted before I look to play that move, because that gives me the path of least resistance, or it makes it easier for the path of least resistance to be quite a bit higher, right? Okay, now we're trying to break down again here, some lower lows. Might have to wait for inventories to drop. This Apple feels like a long spot to buy. Still waiting, right? We need confirmation that bulls have reclaimed control here. We do not have that yet. Looking better, though. Looking better. Bit of an early fade into a news narrative. News narrative comes out. There could be a pump there, right? Tesla now creeping back up. Still 12 minutes to go. So we got lots of time here. mean, Tesla might be giving us that pullback here, ironically. Right, inside bar on decreasing volume, so we're not being told that bulls are particularly strong here. Right, Apple continuing to break down. QQQ making lower lows. Tesla's interesting. I'm keeping an eye on this. Don't want to see an entry inside this area though, right? I need that incredible risk reward here. And realistically, I'm not going to be entering at a 179.50 touch. I'm going to want to see like a 180 touch. Apple on 5-minute increasing volume here to the downside. So still no indication that bears are fully given up control. Wait. Tesla maybe on the 5 doesn't look the best, but the 10 looks a lot better. 15 looks fine. I want to see a pretty significant overreaction flush inside that area. Rather be too cautious here than too aggressive. Okay, so see this thing can pull back into the zone, right? Like I said, my entry target is going to be around that 180 barrier, right? I don't want to risk more than $1 a share, or if you're trading options, right? You don't want to be risking like 30, 40, 50%. That's not fun. VIX hanging out, creeping up back towards 20, which is interesting. All right, so that fear stepping back in. Man, trading view's going slow. Yeah, I agree, Michael. That'd be best case scenario. If I can get that look, I'm absolutely buzzing. If I can't, I'm going to wait for that inventories data to drop, and then maybe I can get another look here. But I don't feel like I've gotten really strong indication of trending price action here yet. Maybe a little bit more bearish momentum than I was anticipating. But weak kind of bearish volume into a news narrative doesn't feel super trustworthy. It feels maybe a little bit like it's a trick. I still can't chase this, right? It hasn't followed my rules. Like, I'll let go, right? If it doesn't follow my rules and starts to sell off, that's fine, right? So be it. Basically my objective, right, is if I take this trade 1,000 times, do I have a positive expectation of being profitable? If I enter from this point and I take this trade 1,000 times, I'm trying to make $3, but I'm risking 250. That risk reward, I think it's too stressful for me to make a living off of. All right, so I don't know if that necessarily makes a ton of sense for me. Meanwhile, right, Apple may be finally giving us that reversal indication here. We got a pretty good chance to get that increasing volume profile. We can go like second biggest volume bar of the day. This becomes really, really interesting, right? Really fat extended Bollinger Bands, right? Finding support kind of off of that 160 area, right? That sort of green box zone. We've seen kind of that defense here before, bouncing off of this trend line. So maybe that's where the narrative is. And SPY and QQQ maybe now starting to break down further. I don't need to chase this, right? If I'm patient, if a trade is strong, it's going to give me multiple points of entry. It's trying to trick me into a decision. It's trying to rush me into a play. Probably not the trade for me. So I'm going to start setting things up on Apple. Right? Realistically, our first profit target is going to be like that 162 barrier. Stop loss 160-ish. All right, so there's your stop loss. I'd probably put it just a little bit under the psych level, so I'll put my stop loss like 159.90. 17 seconds to go. Would like to see this just a little bit more oomph, please, here, Apple. All right, not bad. Okay, so I can look for an entry here, right? I do have an appropriate risk reward ratio. I basically want to see how much of a pullback can I get, right, to be able to risk like 50 cents to make $1.50. But this looks pretty good, guys. So I'm going to look for an entry here. Gonna wait for a little pullback if I can get one. All right, guys, I am in. Average price 160.62. Stop loss at 159.80. So let's see if this thing can go right away. Good entry, Jason. Maybe got a little bit of slippage on my entry, but that's okay. Okay, 12 cents for my entry price. Right, so maybe not the perfect entry, but I got the right risk reward ratio, so I'm okay with that. What I'm trying to work on here. Video looking good, right? AMD looking good. So hopefully we can get some continuation support here and find this thing higher, right? And stop loss is 159.80. And that's a hard stop loss. No mental stop here. High of day. So 162. So I'm risking about 75 cents to make $1.50. No real early reaction to that inventories data. Not like a big vol spike or anything. That's fair, Callum. That's really fair. When I'm trading shares, I'm maybe a little bit less worried about getting the timing perfect, so I have way more flexibility. No, well, I mean, I'm playing this 5-min reversal candle here. So I don't want to try to cross-pollinate myself too aggressively with multi-time frame analysis. It's a very tight stop, David. What I would be careful with such a tight stop, right, is you don't want to put your stop loss at an area where your trade isn't invalidated if you get stopped out, right? If you're looking for an entry that tight, maybe you should be waiting for a bigger pullback instead of playing a tighter stop loss. So if you're only looking to risk 25 cents, right? Maybe wait for a pullback where you can set your stop loss and you're only risking 25 cents, where it's at an area where if you're wrong, it's actually a wrong idea. Because there's for me nothing worse than getting stopped out and my idea still being correct. All right, so I want to avoid that as much as possible. What's your stop loss, Jason? I feel pretty good about this Apple, to be honest. Famous last words, obviously. Oh, okay, that's plenty of space. I don't think you need that much. What you don't want, right, is a less than 2-to-1 risk reward towards your target. Right, so you still want the math working in your favor. So don't like arbitrarily change your stop loss here to give yourself more space, because in the short term, okay, yeah, that might make you win this trade, but if you do that for 1,000 trades, all of a sudden you're degrading your ability to kind of keep your loser small, even if you're sizing down. Okay, so we're close, right? 15 cents away from entry price. Bit of a slow mover, but I feel pretty good about the entry, all things considered. The thesis was good. Maybe the entry wasn't perfect, but I'm happy with the thesis. Okay, so 9 cents from entry price. Come on. Okay, see if we can go from here, right? I probably don't want to see it making too many lower lows at this point. You want it to go. I hope not. We also have Fed minutes too on Wednesday. That's gonna be a sticky one. Oh, that's gonna be real interesting. Saw a few pictures of Jamie Dimon on the beach this weekend, though, so I don't think he's too concerned. All right, come on, Apple. Here we go. Let's get to that risk-free here. That'd be fun. Man, TradingView is very slow today. But looking good, right? Our thesis here on the SPY seems to be holding up pretty well. Maybe not seeing that high volume yet, but we're getting the price action we're hoping for. So hopefully now Apple can kind of act as that leading name and push it higher. We'd like to see QQQ cooperation too. More consistent narratives can get, the easier this story becomes. Yeah, maybe a little bit FOMO-y on my entry. I can live with that. Feels like I've been sitting in this for a little bit longer than I maybe would have wanted. Now 15 minutes, right? Getting low volume here from bear, so I don't have anything to be really too concerned about. We haven't invalidated the reversal candle yet. Yeah, Nvidia too. These are the leading names here today. Green to red reversal on increasing volume. Not bad. See if Apple has the legs here now, though. Still cheering for this. SPY making new highs. We'd like to see it break through 407, though. All right, it's at 406.90 right now. I made a higher high and then kind of sold off under the high. I'm not sure if that's super optimistic. Would like to see it be able to break out here, though. That'll help, right? If SPY can clear this 407 barrier, right? Kind of got stuck out there a little bit. If we can clear that on some volume, I think that makes this really optimistic all of a sudden. Again, like 5 cents for my entry price, so I don't need to be too fussed here. But I don't like being in trades where I'm not green right away. Okay, back to entry price. Let's see if this can go. What was Kramer's horse's name in Seinfeld that he won a bunch of money on? Okay, SPY back at 407. Let's see if it can break. 407.04, 407.03. Hey, Raymond, how's it going? Yeah, NVIDIA and AMD, I'd say both are probably the kind of surprise movers here. Really, really impressive volume. All right, same thing with AMD at 93 bucks here. Pretty impressive. Not huge, but impressive. How much time left on these candles? 2 minutes. Yeah, it's way more chill, AT Crown. Way more chill. I'd like to see SPY hold 407 here on the 15. Sure if it's going to. Okay, let's see if it can go. SPY looks like it wants to break here again. Oh, give me cooperation, Apple. Come on. Give me cooperation or give me death. If it doesn't want to run, I might just cut it for a commission win. Because I don't like how long it's taking. And what a move. Come on, Apple. Cooperate with the market here. Kind of weird when sometimes you feel like you've picked the name with the most relative strength and then it doesn't really behave very strong. If you're using options with swing trading, yeah, that's going to be the case. You almost need to size your plays as like a binary event. Man, this trade's making me work. I don't know what the upside pineapple is. Sorry, T-Cron. I feel like I'm getting set up for a joke here. Well, SPY's making higher highs, right? So I've kind of anticipated Apple to have been maybe the leading name, not the lagging name, right? That's kind of what's bothering me here just a little bit. Ah, fair. Guess I'm missing out on something then. At 167. Ah, man. Back under 407 here. Come on, guys. Behave on DTR Monday. I may be looking a bit like a rejection here now. Right, and it's on decent volume. $0.20. The Apple did it on decreasing. I don't like how long this is taking. I don't know what it looked like. but it's not bigger volume than the rest. It's kind of an in-betweener here. I'm gonna give this a shot clock. What is it, 10:20? Nice work, Sean. That's the right thing, probably. Down 30 cents, 35 cents. Stock. Man, AMD, what a freak. Why didn't I trade this? Still an Apple here, guys, right? Still an Apple. Current price 160.35, entry price 160.62. Kind of debating what I should do with this though now. Take the 20-cent loss. Very respectable. I don't feel like my idea has been invalidated, really. How'd you pick your stop loss on the options, Fernando? Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Jason. If I see like reversal volume step in, then yeah, that's another reason to get out. I feel like I've gotten that. No, just the question is, will I just be stuck, right? Nice work, Matthew. What was your setup? 10 cents away, so I can't be too bitter here. How'd you pick your stop loss on the options, Fernando? How'd you come up with that 104 number? Nice. Which oscillators do you use? Sorry, Matthew. Sometimes I forget. My bad. 10 cents. Well, it's kind of cruel. Okay, last chance here for Apple. 2 cents from entry price. Come on. Fernando, the only reason I'm asking about your stop loss location is it seems that a 10% stop loss for a 70-cent stop loss on the underlying, there's probably a little bit of you're sizing too big there, or your stop loss is being determined the wrong way. I would have expected that sort of potential volatility on the options to have been a maybe 15%, 20% stop loss. Have you seen the formula in the course? Or do you remember what the delta was for that contract? Yeah, I mean, that sounds about right. We can work through if we have all the details, we can get the formula perfect. Can you send me a copy, or email me or Discord message me your trade details? We can see if we can fix that. I mean, you may have made the right decision cutting this thing early, but same thing like I mentioned with a few other traders, right? We don't want to be stopping ourselves out if our idea is still in play. Right? Or we don't want to be accidentally stopping ourselves out if our idea could still be in play. So watching this reaction here. Getting pretty close to my cut point. In case you want to watch, right? That's it. Stop loss still hasn't moved, right? Still 159.80. But if we kind of, don't have a very good reaction here on this low of day, I'm not gonna stay in. Gosh darn it. Stuck in the middle. Apple's a little bit of a pain. Anyone still holding with me here? Nice. Hopefully we get a payout here. Fair play, Jason. Yeah, fair play. Doesn't want to validate my idea, doesn't want to invalidate my idea. That for me is maybe the most confusing. I don't know if I necessarily feel the hopium on this trade. But I don't like how long it's taking. Been in this 40 minutes. The whole time it's been red, right? Pretty much. That's not great. Yeah, we've gotten stuck after that opening candle almost everywhere, right? Pretty tight range since then. Spies. This is crazy. Good volume here again. He's getting to the point, though, it might be time to take the medicine. $160.35. Man, my trading view is so slow this morning. I don't know what's going on with this thing today. Okay, SPY testing that 408 again. Or 407, sorry. Good volume on that, relatively. UQQ maybe not the same narrative here. Gonna watch this SPY breakout. If this can't sustain, then I'll be cutting Apple. Let's go, Matthew. Let's go. Having yourself a day, man. Congratulations. What'd you play on the SPY? What'd you do? From what point? Where was your entry price? Nice. So this off this candle. It looks like SPY's gonna go here by the looks of it. 20 cents off of, oh man, fuck you. Okay, SPY higher highs. And cents off. Nice, Jason. Hopefully you're building those good habits. Didn't size anything too crazy. Still had everything set up the right way. Come on, Apple. This is getting crazy. Oh, we've been stuck in a 75-cent range for an hour here. It's kind of ridiculous. So what's your technique on keeping runners, Matthew? How are you doing it, right? Let's fix your technique and then you'll get good at it. So the objective here, right, is to do the same thing every time. So yeah, that's obviously that's why you're struggling with your technique. You got to make something consistent, right? So for myself, when I trade options, right, it's take off a quarter of my position at 10%, push stop loss to break even, see if I can get follow through. And then it's every 10%, I'm taking off a small chunk. If you're trading a few contracts, maybe it needs to be something like, okay, at 10%, I'm protecting entry. At 20%, I'm taking off my first take profit. At 30%, I'm, taking off another contract and pushing my stop loss to XYZ. But the objective here, right, is be really consistent with what you're doing, track what you're doing, right? And then you'll be able to notice the patterns that are consistently costing you money. If you're doing the same thing every single time, at least there'll be consistency. So you'll be able to compare that to how sort of the market is behaving and then adapt and adjust, and you'll kind of build up your tolerance for making those decisions. But if it's kind of like a random thing all the time, then you're never going to feel like you're actually getting better at taking profit. Or you're never going to actually feel like you're doing something the right way because you're making decisions on like an emotional trigger, an irrational decision versus a logical one. And so it's really hard to fix those or improve your technique then. Oh, come on, go Apple, 4 cents, go. It was very unlucky to have chosen the only name that isn't moving. Yeah, I hear that, Jason. What I try to do is once I get up 1R, so if my stop loss is 50 cents, when I'm up 50 cents, that's my first profit target where I'm going risk free. But I think it really just depends on what your stop loss is. You got to make sure that math is working for you. Holy shit, Nvidia. Sorry to curse. What a rocket ship. Hard to trust this, right? Hard to think that this is going to go today now. Man, what a rocket. Yeah, Nvidia's been an absolute beast here today. AMD too. Yeah, I mean, we should listen to you, Matthew. You're absolutely on fire today. 2 for 2, catching 2 great wins in relatively small range. I got nothing to complain about there. Nice, Jason. That's fantastic. Keep building that proof of concept. Holy jeez. It'd be tough for me to get that volume that I'm looking for now on meta. I'm gonna need to see pretty big vol. I don't know if this is it yet. Okay, 4 cents, 2 cents. How would you determine that it's a failed long? Just like doesn't hold your level that you're talking about? Or the 0 line can't cross over? Holy shit, it's green. All right, so a couple of things we could do here, right? Almost were tempting to want to cut it. But SPY's making higher highs, right? So it's even get a little bit of separation, get to that risk-free lottery ticket, and then push this thing up. We're only 11 cents, 10 cents away from entry price, so it's no need to be hyper aggressive here yet. If I can get maybe like a 161 touch, maybe yeah, a little bit more. Want it to move ASAP though. ASAP, ASAP, ASAP. Sick and tired of being stuck in these slow movers here. Yeah, a little bit of a magnet at that price, eh? Bouncing off of it for now. I can't seem to get separation. It's really, really annoying. And my trading view is driving me nuts today with how slow it is, so apologies for that. I mean, Tesla's making higher highs. That feels positive. QQQ looks like it wants to push through, right? That feels positive. I hate how slow it's moving. It just creates anxiety. Keep moving. Let's go. Yeah, it seems to be bouncing off of it well enough. Oh, this is becoming very emotional. Not like I'm emotionally attached to the trade, but it's like we've been in this trade for almost an hour, right? Pretty much an hour spot on. It feels like kind of crappy to close it for 70 bucks. I know that's better than most jobs, but brain's like kind of trying to fuck with me a little bit. See if we can go. Oh, Jesus. Bye. I would probably want to see if it can give me that green to red. Sorry, red to green reversal, and then we can maybe look for the gap fill. But to a certain extent, to me, price action feels like it's stuck in molasses here. That sounds like a good thing, T-Crow, and that sounds like a really good thing. Hey, we're trying to get a little bit of separation, a little bit more here. Can I get a few more pennies? I'm a little bit tempted to close it here. At least it's increasing volume. Okay, there's 160.82. There we go. See if this can keep going, keep climbing. Finally trying to get a little bit of separation here. Gonna work her though. A decent close. Entry price was 160.62, Fernando, right here. Okay, SPY's back under 407. So great. And then Fernando, if you want to see my entry, it should also be in the Discord. So in Apple, 166.62, target high of day, stop loss 159.80. No, no worries at all. No worries at all. Man, this trade's making me work. Back up above 407 on the SPY. Kind of feels like a little bit of a damned if you do, damned if you don't spot. Cut it here. Apple's going to end at 165. If I close it here, it's or if I hold on to it here, it's going to stop me out at 160.05. Yeah, I'm watching it close. $56. Sorry, 160.56. 160.61. Decreasing volume. It has just been stuck for so long. That is the real big concern at this point. A SPY back above 400 or 407. I keep saying 400. Go. Go. I don't think any big fund's gonna give us that. Need a collection. Need to hear that Warren Buffett's making it his only business. He always calls Apple a second business, right? He's got Berkshire Hathaway and he's got Apple. That's what he always says. 160, 65, 165. Like I said, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Might be worth closing here, though. Hate how long it's taking. Shouldn't take this long, right? If bulls are strong, they shouldn't be struggling this much to get out of this tight range. I can't imagine the time decay has worked out in options traders' favors here. Okay, go, go, go. I think you did the right thing, Rusty. I think you did the right thing. This thing hasn't moved, so it's been... I don't know if it's stress-inducing. I don't know if that's the right term, but it's been a pain-in-the-ass trade because we've been stuck in this little range and we can't get out. We're under 407 again. And decreasing volume. Been a long trade hold for nothing. Me one more little pop here, Apple. I'm gonna look to close. Come on, go, go, make a higher high. Okay, spy back at 407. Come on, go. 76. Sorry, 160, 78. 160, 77. Come on, go, 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 go. A few more pennies here. 160.77. This trade's kind of making me go gray. Okay, here's 160.80. Give me a little pop here, Apple. Come on. 160.85, 160.86. Getting better. Gonna try to take some off, right? 161. That's the target. The other part of me is just, let's close this here and just take the $200 win. Been too long waiting for this thing to kind of come together, right? Kind of a pain in the ass. There's 160.91. All right, we're getting close to that profit target, right? Going to take off about half of my position at that 161 just because it's been taking so long. Not a ton of oomph. Huh. Man, Jason, you must be going to some fun parties. Oh, it is green. We are making money on this now. Question is, how much more follow through are we going to get here? Part of me really wants to close this. I've been talking about closing this for a while too. Maybe that's the emotionally maybe the right move. 200 bucks and press out too much. Still think I can get that 161 though. Maybe that's a little bit now emotionally attached. See, we're priming for a breakout. Look at how much this is compressed. Never 10 cents has never felt so far away. OG DTR members might remember we had an Apple trade like one summer afternoon. Nice, Ravi. That might be the move, man. I think that might be the move. Closing 50% of the position here, 20 cents a share. We had an Apple trade that took like an hour and a half to go 10%. And it just like never was in the red, but it never wanted to move higher. I'm getting flashbacks to that for some reason. It's a very good fill, Ravi. Very good fill. Well done. What was your entry price? Yeah, that's excellent. Honestly, that's an excellent fill. Still looking for my 161. $0.05 away, 4 cents away. Come on. 3 cents. I'm going to close half my position. Oh, you sicko. Very nice work, Ravi. Very nice work. Okay, 1 cent away here. Oh, fuck me. There we go. So, took a little bit off there, guys, at that 161. I'm put my stop loss to my entry, right? So stop loss 160.62. But man, we had to work for this trade, guys. We had to work for this trade. Holy. All right, but now let's see if we can get some follow through. Good work, everybody. Hopefully a few of you guys are still in this with me. I had to work for that trade, but stop loss kept us in that play. We didn't have to move our stop loss, right? We didn't change anything. We had the right spot. Maybe not the perfect entry, but a good enough one where we got 2-to-1 risk reward, justifiable, and nice to be back in green. Let's go, Jared. Let's go. So yeah, not the fastest moving trade here, but I'll take a green play. That's a nice day's work all of a sudden. And let's see if we can keep getting a bit of further continuation. Hopefully a few of you guys, you non-DTR members are in this as well. If you guys are enjoying it, this is how we trade day in, day out. Usually our moves are a little bit faster than the one we had here today. We had to base a little bit longer at consolidation than I expected, but now we're all of a sudden doing pretty well on this play, right? So hopefully we can keep getting a bit of further follow through here. Next profit target's going to be like that 162 area, right? High of day. Stop loss on my remainder is my entry price. And let's just see if we can keep getting a bit more oomph here. But good follow through. Nice win. 1 for 1 here. Great start to the week. And no excuse to let this trade go red. That's for sure. But man, we had to work for this. Boy, oh boy, do we have to work for this today. So let's even keep getting a few more pennies here. In great shape all of a sudden, right? In great shape. Nice little win, right? So let's even keep getting a bit of further follow through. But very happy with this trade, right? We had to work for it a lot. This is one of the longest trades of the year, but turned into a very, very nice result. By now making high of day, right? Apple should hopefully creep up and act as a laggard. Tesla being the psychopath that it is, pushing 274. So it feels pretty good here. Feels pretty good. Glad we can be green. And good reminder, I mean, if you want to trade with leverage, guys, and you don't want to deal with time decay, send me a message, right? I can get you funding, right? Help you pass your funding evaluation so that you can trade, I don't know, $10 a cent, right? $5 a cent in movement, and really take advantage of the market that way. Get really good leverage without having to risk your own money, right? And deal with time decay. That for me is a win-win situation. So if that is something you're interested in, right, please let me know. Yeah, Jared, I think you're asking me, how do you close half of your position in the MetaTrader? What you got to do is go to your order, right? Right click it, and then there should be a thing that says modify or delete your order. And then what you want to do is change it to market execution, and then change it to however many contracts you want to take off, or how many lots you want to take off. So in my case, right, I took off half, so whatever half of whatever your current lot is. And then there should be a yellow button that says close X position, and it should keep your previous stop loss, which you'll then have to modify again. Well, the spread on something like an Apple shouldn't ever be too big. And then really it becomes trying to time your entry with the movement of the price, right? So if I'm going to be doing a market order and I'm bullish, I don't want to be chasing price on the way up, right? I want to be basically buying the downtick. You can also set limit orders if you want. Right, you still have that same flexibility in the Surge platform. Yeah, you got it to work, yeah, Jared? Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, it's maybe not the world's like most intuitive platform ever, but it gets the job done. So see if this thing can keep going higher here. Good volume on that little BB breakout. So let's see if we have a bit more enthusiasm, bit more follow through. But we're in great shape, guys. Our thesis worked out really well here, right? Pretty strong early morning thesis. I have no real complaints with this. And yeah, now we're up a few shekels, so I can't really complain. But yeah, this trade made us work. Made us work. If I can get $1 a share, I'd be really happy. Just a little bit concerned about that possible SPY rejection. Right, this markets now, we've had such a big breakout. I say that in quotation marks, that it might just want to catch its breath here at this point. Let's see. I'll be right back, guys. 1 sec. Nice, Jason. What was your original position sizing? Do you mean 100 shares or 10 lots? Or how many lots? Maybe that's a better way of describing it. Okay, so you can keep getting a bit of further follow through here. Okay, fair. Makes sense then why you were so flexible with your stop loss. You swing traders. Yeah, you guys play by slightly different ratios. Oh, so one lot is just 100 shares. So generally when you get matched on like if you're like a institutional fund, you're usually not buying partials, right? It's usually buying 100 share clips. And so they call those clips one lot. One lot is 100 shares. At least in US markets. I know in like maybe like Korea or something like that, a lot can be like 1,000 shares. But in US markets, one lot equals 100 shares. That's a good question. Is that maybe bigger than your max position sizing? Tempting to close this. Yeah. So yeah, it's not gonna, what's really annoying is that it'll let you send the order and then it's gonna ding you the commission and close your position, which is honestly a huge, I don't want to say it's predatory, but it's a little bit scummy. If they know you're breaking the rules, they should just not let you send the position, send the trade. But one of those things you got to be really aware of. I think I'm going to close here, guys. I'm all out at 161. Sorry, let's see what the actual fill price was. Kind of got crappy fill price. 161.13. Oh, things I did well on this trade, right? Little self-evaluation. Trusted the thesis, right? Didn't let time change how I viewed my thesis. Kind of anticipated that the way I needed to. Trusted the structure of that trade and ended up making a little bit of cash on it, right? Worst things about this trade, I was probably 20 cents early on my entry. So, like, this is a bit of a technique thing where I don't know if there's like a perfect scenario that's going to be really efficient here every single time. But what I've been trying to do here a little bit is find that balance between getting the perfect entry and getting an entry that helps me catch most trades. So maybe I could have been a little bit more patient with my entry. I didn't maybe wait for that same pullback like I normally do. So maybe a slightly different technique than normal. But ultimately, pretty happy with this play. Pretty happy that I trusted it. Pretty happy that I stuck to my guns. And yeah, okay, didn't get the follow through that I was expecting. But you know what? Markets seem a little bit stuck, so I'm not going to try to force a decision that isn't there. I'll take the green. I'll move on. I'll wait till maybe conditions are a little bit more bumping. And then maybe in the short term, right, the other move should have been, I don't know, focusing on an NVIDIA, right? Focusing on, seems like those are the names that gave us that biggest pop. I don't know if we ever got the volume standard to justify playing these. Maybe that 10 a.m. But short term, yeah, it doesn't really feel like I needed to have done too much, guys. Excuse me, guys. I got someone at my door. Right, when I just had someone come in, just do repair on my unit. Nice, Ravi. That's awesome, man. Well done. Traded that pretty much perfectly. So, look, we didn't get the biggest follow through here today, but we traded that trade almost as well as we could have. Maybe a little bit of margin for error there that we could have done better, but ultimately pretty happy with this. Hey guys, any questions about how we traded here this morning? Non-DTR members, any questions about yeah, what I did, why I did it? Yeah, how we kind of managed that position, why we did all that kind of fun stuff. Any questions about DTR or what we do? Maybe as a little spiel for myself, I help traders get funded so they can trade with someone else's money, and I teach traders basically how to apply a consistent structure to their process. That will make you hopefully a more consistent and profitable trader and help you kind of, level up a lot faster than if you were sort of risking your own cash. And that's really it. Each membership comes with one-on-one coaching, daily live stream access, Discord access, and a course. And we're constantly adding new material that will hopefully help you level up your trading. If you are interested in joining, you can join below for 99 bucks for your first month. The link should be in the description of this video. But no real hard sell here. Really, my objective is to try to just trade as transparently as I possibly can and hopefully help a lot of traders level up their careers. But in the short term, guys, probably not too much else for me to do here this morning. Been a really slow mover, so it kind of seems like we're stuck in that sort of doji land to a certain extent. And there's no real rush for me to force any decisions until maybe we get those kind of like red to green reversals on some volume, something along those lines. But nothing really for me to do hyper aggressively today. So yeah, feels like probably did a good decision cutting this apple a little bit early here too. Not waiting for it to hit that 162 because we're stuck. It doesn't seem like we're moving. So all in all, pretty good with that decision. We'll be noting that down in my journal, right? Cut it early, right? Just didn't feel like it was moving. Short term seems like that was probably the right decision. I can't get over how slow trading view is today. It's driving me nuts. But yeah, pretty strong session, guys. Good start, right? We didn't force any decisions. We didn't overtrade. We trusted our thesis. Yeah, it took longer than expected. Maybe got a little bit, I don't know, attached. Maybe a bit more attached to the thesis than I should have. But trusted it, right? Trusted the stop loss, trusted the position sizing, trusted the plan. So ultimately, I cannot complain too much about making a few bucks there. Certainly jacked up that hourly rate too. So, will not complain about that. But yeah, in the short term, can't imagine I'll be forcing any trades here going into lunch. More just willing to be a bit patient. One sec, guys. All right, guys. So no real questions here going into lunch. I think I'm gonna go get some exercise, and yeah, should be back at it again around that 1:30 time frame. Like always, maybe this thing is now moving slowly higher and higher, but like I said, no real issues, no real complaints about how the price action kind of came together. But for me, really happy with the session. Pretty happy to be green, and yeah, nice to be back on track. So welcome back after a nice long weekend. And good to be back on the winning ways here. Same deal like always, right? Should be back for around that 1:30 time frame like always. For those of you who aren't DTR members and would like to become DTR members, the link is down there in the description below. Get started off your first month for 99 bucks. See what it's like. See if you want to get funded and kind of go down that route. Like I said, my main objective here is helping traders learn the skills they need to basically essentially become profitable and consistent traders, right? Try to mimic the same sort of learning environment that I had when I started out at a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund, and just really trying to help traders gain the same advantages that I had when I started out my career. But yeah, like I said, no real hard sell. So that's about it here for this morning. Should be back for around that 1:30 time frame like always, and be back at it then. All right, guys. So back from lunch here, everybody. Excuse me, I got something in my throat today. Yeah, it's not too much going on here. A little bit of a move higher. We haven't really moved too much on. Man, trading view is so slow. Why is it so slow today? Sorry. We are a little bit move higher here on Apple, but big pullback, climb, big pullback, climb. So realistically, not too much going on there. I don't really feel like I did anything silly or feel like I missed out on anything. So relatively happy with how I traded, all things considered. I don't think I would have held through that anyway. SPY doing pretty well, right? Going red to green, pretty nice little move here, but still inside bar, right? So we're kind of consolidating, pretty thin volume. Europe being closed, maybe there's the reason why we're seeing such thin sort of volume here today, but not too much changing from my perspective. So realistically, I imagine it's going to be a fairly quiet afternoon. At the very least, I need to see that 30-min volume step back in, be back above outlier before I'm willing to sort of force any decisions here. Not really seeing that here yet, so would rather wait until those standards step back in. But yeah, 1 for 1 on the day. Happy to kind of be green and feel like traded pretty well here this morning. So I don't really need to rush anything. I don't need to overtrade. I don't need to give anything up. I think kind of one of these rules that kind of like a soft rule, but I should probably turn it into a hard rule at some point, right? Your first trade of the day is a green trade. That should be probably it, right? If your second trade of the day is a red trade 2, then that should probably be it as well, right? So this game's more about turning green days into green weeks, right? Green weeks into green months, and green months into green years. So I'm realistically on hands here, guys. I don't know how aggressive I am going to be, and we'll see if something else sets up here this afternoon. kind of feel like I found a pattern for some trend days here. So just looking at this NVIDIA, right, 30-minute price action, let's make a couple definitions first, right? So trend day, we'll just say, is every candle is the color of the trend, right, until lunch. So every candle is green if you're bullish until noon, right? Or every candle is red if you're bearish until noon. What the pattern kind of seems to be to me, right, is if you can kind of get every candle is green until lunch, right, and then you get that first kind of close around that area, that seems to be a good candle to then buy, right? So the first red candle of the day in a trend day, you want to buy right at open, essentially. So example today, right, is one. Right, okay, here's another, right? First candle of the day is at lunch, right? Buy this candle, you end up closing, right? Okay, $5 higher, right? Something like that. Right, not quite there. Okay, right here. Another trend example, right? Okay, here's your first one of the day. This is the first one that fails, right? Okay, so 66%. Okay, right? First red candle of the day at lunch. Buy that right away. $3. Okay, this one's a little bit early, right? 11:30. And you get the same kind of pattern here on the old spider too. Trading view is so slow today. Right, okay, not quite today, right? Here, first red candle of the day, buy that close. First green candle of the day, sorry, you're buy that close. Finish $1 lower. All right, maybe you're not buying it on that reversal volume. All right, okay, SPY, right? First red candle of the day here, 12:30. Kind of trend day all day, low volume. You buy that, right? And you're finishing $3 higher, right? That's pretty good on the SPY. Okay. I mean, you could still buy this theoretically. Again, maybe to the downside on the SPY. It doesn't seem to work as well. There we go. Right, first green candle, 12:30. You buy that close, right? And all of a sudden, it's another $2. So it's definitely something there. Another example here, you're getting about $1. Maybe there needs to be a little bit of work of like defining what a trend day is, or what that actually like looks like on a trade by trade basis. But could be something to take advantage of. Just something that caught my eye there a little bit on that NVIDIA. So we'll keep an eye on that for a little bit, have that noted down. And yeah, we'll see if there's maybe something there. Again, still on these 30-min closes, right? Not really getting that increasing outlier 30-min vol standard. Oh, man, it's driving me insane today. So hard to say that there's very much momentum right now in markets. It's been a pretty slow moving day. Can't imagine that's going to change here necessarily. So short term remaining on hands. Don't have really anything else to do here. Been a strong session, so why give anything up, right? Nice green day. So yeah, not really in a rush to overtrade here or force a decision. So until that 30-minute volume steps in, I am going to be pretty patient right now. Don't see that. So going to maintain sort of my caution until proven otherwise. So still just hanging out here, right? I don't think I'll be placing any trades this afternoon. Happy to be green, right? Don't really feel like I can have much of an edge chasing up this low vol grind up in the short term. Be left a few pennies on the table, right? 20 cents too early, 20 cents too late on my profit target. Whatever, no big deal. Not going to sweat about that. Don't feel like I really left anything too meaty on the bone here. So for now, until that volume steps back in, there's no reason for me to be aggressive. And I feel like the markets are a little bit almost like in summer mode, right? Waiting for all the data rest of the week, all these Fed speakers, CPI, right? PPI, retail sales, Fed minutes. So I think maybe we're going to have a little bit of a muted reaction here, or muted volume standard at least this afternoon. So on hands, can't imagine I'll change anything. If you guys have any questions, obviously happy to answer them here in the chat. I know it's DTR Monday, but yeah, 1 for 1 on the day. So no real reason, sorry, to force any decisions or overtrade. Happy to be green. And yeah, no real complaints from that. Yeah, never stop pulling back, and really impressive volume too, right? Biggest volume of the week, kind of what we want to see to the downside. But ultimately, right, never got that look. Very, very impressive. Couple little fake outs too, right? Because it had that what looks like 30-min reversal on second biggest volume of the day. That fails and then keeps climbing. So pretty impressive signs from strength. Yeah, these low vol days are kind of interesting. We were talking a little bit about how there might be a strategy in this on those basically what we consider, yeah, like a morning trend day. Good example on AMD and Nvidia maybe versus the SPY. But when you get that kind of first red candle of the day over lunch, if you just buy that close, seems like it goes up quite a bit. Like our, I mean, kind of a greasy little back test that we did, just kind of looking back on some examples, kind of like 70% range of, you know, it going up above sort of a $2 mark. So there could be something there that needs to be looked at, right? Not quite the same example here on QQQ, but if you can get like every candle green going into lunch, and then that first candle of the day is, yeah, is red, or, you know, you kind of finally get that low vol kind of sellers, it seems like you can get a bit of follow through, right? Same thing here again on Nvidia, right? 12 o'clock, first red candle, buy that open, you're getting $2 there right away, and then another $2 worth of follow through after. So seems like there's definitely some upside there if you can eventually find it. Yeah, that news narrative seems to be holding it down. Like, I don't feel like we really left too much on the table here, right? Yeah, my trade. I don't know why my trading view is so slow today. It's driving me insane. But yeah, like Okay, maybe we maybe left a few, like 50 cents, you know, maybe. So it doesn't really feel like we missed out on too much. Yeah. So it definitely feels like it's a little bit of I don't know, like a little bit of like summer conditions almost already. Right. Yeah, Fed minutes is gonna be a big one. And you see how much panic was basically in their statement, right? How unanimous everything was. And then, yeah, CPI, all that kind of fun stuff. But with with Europe on still a little bit of an Easter holiday, right? I think bank holiday in a bunch of spots in Europe. That maybe explains maybe the low volume today, right? These low vol melt ups. Ultimately, I'm pretty happy with how the day's gone, to be super honest. So I don't really have anything to complain about. But could have been smoother for sure. Guys, any questions about anything here today? Not really in a big rush to do anything, really, to be super honest with you guys. More just kind of hanging out, waiting for price action to come together. But low vol melt up, never really seen that volume step back in. I have no reason to overtrade. Nice and green on the day, so I don't really want to give that up either. So yeah, gonna stick around for that maybe 10-15 minutes or so, and then call it. But yeah, no real reason to trade here today. Nice. So I'm glad we had a nice green day then. And sounds like you probably were owed an extra day to the weekend anyway, after you not having power for so long. Hey, have yourself a fantastic rest of the evening, Jason. We'll talk soon. All right, everyone. If no real further questions, then I'm gonna kill it here. Strong session, right? Made a few shekels. I won't complain about that too aggressively. If something sets up, then we'll take advantage of it tomorrow. But doesn't seem like I'm gonna get that look here going into close. Hope y'all had a fantastic day, profited off that Apple trade as well. And yeah, same deal like always, right? If you have any questions, hit me up outside of market hours, and I'll try to get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, book your one-on-one calls for this week, and we can chat in a little bit more detail then. So have yourselves all a fantastic rest of the afternoon, and be back at it again tomorrow. Yeah, Matthew, you should be stoked. You absolutely crushed it here today, man. Well done. Congratulations. Celebrate that, but don't bring that cockiness into the session tomorrow, right? Reset, new day, and kind of replicate exactly how you traded tomorrow today, right? So really well done. Congratulations, everybody, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow, 8:50 for that next pre-market prep. For those of you who aren't DTR members and would like to be, sign up down below in the description. We'd love to get you part of the team full time. But otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic session. Back at it again tomorrow. Peace.